Right, good morning guys. Hope everybody's well. Hope you've all had a lovely relaxing weekend. So, got my multi-stream on, we've got ZBrush loaded. Okay, so today we are doing some more infernal goodness to go on with our Descent into Avernus campaign, which has been running for about a year and a half or more. So if you've played Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus, or you're planning on DMing it, we've basically done everything from, well, I've done everything from right at the beginning when Captain Zodge gives you your orders, right the way through to kind of morning bunker, how you doing matey? Right the way through to El Terrell. So it's quite comprehensive as far as I've gone. I've basically covered off every single encounter you're gonna get. Although I will put my hands up actually and say there's a bit at the beginning which I haven't covered, which was the bathhouse and the Elf Song Tavern. So at some point I will go back and do a little bit more of that. But there was a lot of patrons in the Elf Song Tavern. And a lot of little accessories that needed doing, so it was quite a big project that I didn't really have time to tackle, and I didn't want to drag it over like 3 months. So good morning, Chilcon. Hope you're keeping well, guys. So let me just get my sculpting list up. Right, so we need 5 barbed devils. I can't remember if that's because that's the encounter or if it's because I prefer to release things in groups of 5. So let me just grab the description up. 4 barbed devils, and I'll read it to you guys, and we'll tell you what we're working on. Okay, so these guys are also called Hamatula, or Hamatula, however they want to pronounce that. They 7 foot tall, 300 pounds. So they're going to be quite large, probably about the same size as these guys that are on screen at the moment, the Balazu. I want to say they look like kind of large imps, essentially, from the sound of things. Quite spiky large imps. But I've got to be careful here, because again with spikes, when you start putting like thin spikes all over everything, it can become a little bit awkward to paint. And print for that matter. Okay, so they're described as live 7 foot tall humanoids with 300 pounds / 140 kilogram bodies, completely covered in barbs. Horned hands end in strange lengthy claws, and their long burly tails are coated in spines. Okay, so basically what we're looking at is I want to say it's almost going to be like a spiky ghoul, kind of, with a tail. So live, obviously that kind of implies we're dealing with kind of more sinewy and like sleek kind of form rather than big and bulky or anything. I can live with that. Abilities. Basically just attacking your opponents and piercing them with your claws and nails. Oh, and they like to give people hugs. Obviously it's like being hugged by an Iron Maiden, but they're cuddly little fellas. I want to make them like teddy bears now, but spiky teddy bears, but that won't fit. Oh, they can manipulate flame, it says here as well. That could be an interesting take on some of them if they've got abilities that allow them to. I'll have to check the actual manual entry. So looking at illustrations other people have done as well, we've got again this kind of a standard kind of hunched over goblin-esque kind of creature with pointy ears. In fact, it's a goblin with a tail or an imp of a varying description. But I think we're all right here because we're not dealing with lots of armor or anything like that, so they don't need to have all the stuff that my other ones have had. But I think I might give them a similar to the imps, give them like the helmet and the cuffs, the wrist cuffs, and that'll mean that I can kind of create that uniformity in the setting. From one model to the next. They're going to look like they're part of the same legion / army, whatever. Okay, let me just check one of my other. Check this sent into Avernus book, and we'll check the stats for it as well. Okay, we've got the Balazu there. Well, I'm just swatting up on the attacks and stuff. How was your weekend, Mr. Bunker? You up to anything nice? I don't think I've got barb devils in my book here. I was sure they were in there. I thought all of the devils were in the book. Apparently not. Maybe they're only the ones that are unique to this book. Mega stream. 20 people, very nice, mate, very nice. Did your internet hold up? I'm hoping mine will today. Okay, if it's not there, let's check the monster manual. Barb Devil page 17 of Monster Manual. Why didn't I think of that first? It was alright actually, thank you matey. So Oh right, they genuinely do have Hell Flame then as an attack. So I'm jumping from one thing to the next here. Yeah, the weekend, mate, it was all right. We had a fairly chill Saturday, just having my mum and dad round and getting a little bit of stuff done in the garden. I'm trying to work laying out a patio behind my office, so I've got to try and dig all the footings for it. So I did all the laying out for that the weekend. Started clearing a little bit of space and things to be able to kind of work and do what I need to do. It's a job I'm not going to cherish at all because I hate doing things like that, but needs must. And then yesterday, yeah, we just went out, just to a park, just took the kids to the park. Did a Sunday roast, so it was all good. Okay then, so back to the Barb Devils. Medium fiends, we know he's 7 foot tall, like 300 pounds. So multi attacks using claws and tail, and also Hell Flame. So let's have at least 2 of the 5 with like throwing fireballs, I think. Maybe one of them like holding a fireball in his hand, 2 of them just normal, and then we'll do 2 of them actively kind of in the process of throwing it. That feels about right. Okay, so how spiky do I want these guys to be? Do I go spikes? Ouch. Jesus, got strong from spikes. I've just been impaled by a metal knight with a steel spear that was just sticking up, and I've just managed to like stab myself in the finger with that. Stupid. Okay. Right, let's get a base mesh in, and let's start working this base mesh. God, that hurts. Okay, one thing I found recently working on this is that my base mesh is actually off center. So let's just correct all of that right now. So when we try and do things symmetrically and it's not centered, which makes life a little bit more difficult. Nice, mate, nice. Fair enough. What are you building in Minecraft then? Anything in particular, or are you just doing survival modes, or? Let's just get this this devil's face made a bit more devilish. Oh, nice. What, did you get a big raid in there or something, or was it just a lot of people wanting to see your Canadian build? I read that as Canadians first, by the way, mate. Just going to give him some more devilish form, I think. Here, nothing kind of too mad right at the moment. Fair enough. I kept seeing posts about Salute the Weekend. I feel like I've missed out on something. But I don't really want to have to do Salute either though, because it's it's London. And obviously that means, well, it means hotels, same as Chilcon does, but it also, you know, you're talking more expensive hotels, aren't you, down in London? Especially where it is the Excel Centre and that. Obviously it's a big investment, there's a big cash outlay to be able to kind of get the stand there and stuff as well, so you've got to kind of make a lot back. I was talking to somebody recently and who was saying that they're trying to ease off doing trade shows at the moment because it's like the single most expensive way of making sales. I kind of agree. I mean, the money, it's nice to do the shows, but I think the money you would spend on your hotels, your travel, and everything else, you kind of almost be better off investing that money in your in just some good advertising, and at least that way you can sell through your normal means without all the extra effort. Because trade shows, they take an age to prepare for. I mean, Chilcon's not a big trade show, but I spend a lot of time getting ready for that. You know, prepping stock and stuff, and it's like a big resource drain. It's like if it was a bigger show, it's going to be even more, you know, intensive on the resources. I think this model's massive, you know. I think this scale's huge in the scene, so let's bring his ears out and such. Smooth out some of this. just mask off his jaw. I'm going to do something a little bit different here, I think, just to make him a bit less humanoid. Let's just give it a quick save. It's going to be Barbed Devils. Yeah, I'm a bit nippy in the office today. Actually, it's cooled down a little bit since yesterday. Morning, Rosie. How you doing, sir? Hope you're keeping well. Oh, you got them, did you? What did they have to say about the tackiness and that? I imagine they were probably in the same boat I was, where they're kind of like trying to rush stock out. I mean, I might have just been naive about it, but I imagine it would have been one of those kind of things where they're trying to produce stuff a lot quicker than they normally do on a higher turnaround, and they've basically ended up rushing it. Did they square you up and sort you some refund or replacements or anything like that? Nah, that's bollocks, man. The stickiness is because they haven't cleaned it well enough, and they've used. It's not that they've used a different alcohol. They've used an oversaturated alcohol, and they haven't cleaned it enough. So basically, when you wash models off in the isopropyl, the resin that's like on the surface of the model obviously transfers into the isopropyl. So your isopropyl becomes very kind of murky and dirty. So you have a clean batch. Like I think I've explained it before, but for me, I use three stages of wash. So I've got a big, like 5 litre tub, which has absolutely filthy isopropylene. So you won't be buying from them again, or are you going to still keep going back because you're a glutton for punishment? Oh, my a beard hair on the model. And not one that was sculpted, I imagine, yeah? Yeah, so I say for me, it's the process is I have a 5 litre tub with the filthy stuff in. So when the models come off the printer, the first thing I do is wash off the absolute worst of the resin, in the filthy wash, and then it goes into a second wash, which, to be fair, stays clean for quite a while, but it does murky up in time. And then once it's had a bit of a soak in that, I'll transfer it into like crystal clear isopropyl to clean that, and like basically give it a final rinse, and it'll have a soak in there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something like that. And when one of my batches of isopropyl starts getting really murky, or my last 2 washes at least, when they start getting particularly murky, what I'll do is I'll put the middle one into the first one, and then the the first one into the second one, and then top up the first one with fresh. So the end one is always the clean isopropyl. Everything that comes before that doesn't really matter too much, to be honest, but it's just kind of like trying to minimise the kind of the saturation levels. But if he's not doing it, if he's doing a 2-stage wash and that first bath is really kind of like filthy, and if he hasn't cleaned the second, like the final kind of like wash, the final soak, if he hasn't cleaned that out for a bit, then yeah, it's going to cause problems. But you shouldn't be scrubbing it or anything. That's just nonsense. I think the fact you're buying resin models off them, people tend to think that you're naive about it and you don't know. And there's no need to lie about it. I mean, you just got to be honest. You know, you just rushed it out and didn't get it clean enough or whatever. You know. I mean, I'll say it now. If I don't think I will, because I'll check everything myself before it goes out, remove all the supports, everything's kind of like, you know, hobby ready by the time you receive it. But if I ever send a sticky model to anybody, you can call me out on it and I'll reship it for you, because it should never happen, it should never go out. You can hold me to that, you can clip that and stick it on my channel if you like. Clip it and pin it, there you go. Right, so what was I doing? Lost my train of thought now. Okay, so I've just isolated the jaw out here. You can see with the map there. So if I just do a group, yeah, definitely is too big. Okay, let me just shrink the whole scene down first. Before I do this, I need the floor visible so I can actually get a gauge of where I'm at. Oh, sorry, it's too small, not too big. If I'm not straight and honest about anything, then I would expect it to be called out. Let's try and do this again now. Better. See, the thing is, Rosie, I mean, I know it's all resin, but actually there's an awful lot of differences between kind of what do you call it, like a polymer resin, where it's the 2 parts like that you mix together, and a UV curing resin, which is what 3D printers use. The end product's still fairly similar, but the kind of the cleanup process is totally different. When I used to do the resin models, obviously I never made them myself. They were produced for me by Hysterical Games. There was they never used to use any kind of like mold release or anything like that, so the models actually didn't really need any cleanup or anything like that. They didn't need any kind of like scrubbing or anything. They painted quite nicely. So it's what do you call it? Once it's cured, it's just ready to rock, as long as you haven't kind of like done your mold release. But obviously I had one. It was from Carhartt Miniatures. It was one of the God, what's his name now? The Monkey King. I want to call him Hanuman, but it's not Hanuman, is it? It's geez, what's the Monkey King called? You know, the Fusoya, is it? No. Oh, come on, guys, save my brain here. This is what's his name, the Monkey King. Sunwoo? Is it Sunwoo? Sunwoo Kong. There we go. So he did a nice model of that, and it was kind of leaping off the head of a kind of a Thai Buddha statue, which was really cool. And I bought this model from him. I don't know where they're based actually, but he shipped it. He shipped it to me, and the model came. It was a beautiful model. But when I opened it, it smelled like petrol. The whole thing just smelled like petrol, and I was like, "What the hell are they using to?" It's either they're using something strong and, you know, as a mould release, or there's something weird in the resin mix that they were using. But I've never had a model smell like that before. It was crazy. That, you know, no resin model I've ever bought before smelled like that. So yeah, it was a weird one, man. Right, let's get back up here. I'm going to take this jaw. I'll select this out. I'm going to do what I did with the Spirigons on this. So I'm going to give him a kind of. I'm going to give him a wide. He's using his beard. Oh, I love it, mate. Well, let's do a little downward spike as well, because this guy's a barb devil. I think I'm going to keep the spikes on this. I don't know what you guys think. I'm going to keep the spikes quite like that, like short and stubby. Like I don't want to go into the realms of having a massive, great big, like long spines, which are just going to kind of, they're going to trap resin, but they're going to kind of get in the way, I think. So I'm going to avoid that. You guys on board with that? Does that make sense to you? Speaking about an inch long, this could go anywhere now. This starting a conversation like that can really go anywhere, can't it? Speaking of an inch long, Hayley was this is when you know you're getting old as well. Hayley was looking at me the other day, and she just zoned straight in on my eyebrow, and she went, "I've got to get that." And I was like, "Get what?" And she reached up to my eyebrow and she yanked, like, it can hurt. She yanked this hair out of my eyebrow. And it was about a bloody inch and a half long. It's like, you know, far longer than any other one. What the bloody hell is going on with that? You know what I mean? I mean, I know my dad doesn't have the same. What do you call it? Follically challenged issues that I have. And my sister's a hairdresser, so she goes around and like cuts his hair for him. And every time she cuts his hair, she always gives his eyebrows a trim. So I'm guessing it's just a family trait. I know, yeah, that's it. It's like Hayley hates my beard as well. She really don't like it. She always tries to get me to get rid of it, and I ain't having it. It's not happening. I've just realised as well I was supposed to have had a catch up with Kev. Not Kev, sorry, Elston, the weekend. And I forgot. Bit of a mad one. Just trying to get everything in. bit knackered Saturday. Yeah, Hayley just really don't like it. She's well, I think this is the thing. Like she always says, "Oh, she says you look 20 years older when you've got your beard." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I look like an egg if I lose it." Do you know what I mean? It's like I'd rather look a bit older, look like bloody Humpty Dumpty. Not that there's wrong with anything. Humpty Dumpty's an issue, of course, Bunker. That wasn't a knock at Bunker, by the way. If you're wondering, his daughter calls him that. Let me just adjust this. This music's just gotten really loud again for some reason. We'll just skip on a little bit. There was a thing I saw years ago. Actually, it always made me laugh. It said there was two types of men who have a moustache. There's hipsters who are trying to be ironic, and there's men who grew one in the 70s and are now terrified of what their face looks like without it. Okay, so we'll do the same again on him now. We'll take his jaw, we're going to bring that down. What makes you think that people don't need grey wigs as well, mate? They could dye it as well. They could dye the wig. Let's just build up the tops of these. I want them to be coming down more than like up and out, so let's just do a bit of reprofiling. So this guy, I'm kind of thinking is going to be a bit like, a bit like the Quasit. The way he's got like the little gnarly lumps all over him. Me and Jacob did a bit more Legend of Zelda on the weekend. We're up to 620 Koroks. And I also managed to successfully get all of that glue off my fingers from trying to assemble the Koroks. Because that was just annoying, that was, if I'm honest. I'll definitely need to go back and integrate the bases. It's just going to do my head in otherwise. Oh, you've actually inquired, have you, mate? Sorry, Mr. Bunker, your hair's just too grey. It's of no use to us. Yeah, my hair's got like if I let my hair grow, there's loads of greys in it. Hayley's literally only just starting to get them right now, which amazes me because she's a stress head. So like I'm really chilled, but like I seem to be getting all the greys that she should be getting. Like I'm absorbing all of the stress from her, buffering it away from her. Oh mate, I haven't got to that point yet. The only glasses I wear at the moment are the you know, the blue light diffusing ones that you use for screen use, just to stop my eyes aching really. I can see everything alright, but if I'm working on a computer for a while my eyes start to hurt. I start getting headaches and stuff, and it's these glasses I use now, I mean they're no use for anything else. You can't do any colour work with them really, because they basically screw the blue light out of everything, so everything's got a bit of a yellow tinge. Yeah mate, it's just admitted in these varifocals you can jump right in. Just put the boot in now if you want, man. My nipper's actually got a wicked streak in him, and he loves taking the mickey out of people by pretending to be old. Like when the mother-in-law comes round, or you know, relatives are here and they're kind of complaining that they can't do certain things because they're too old to do it or whatever it is. he starts like hunching over and pretending he's walking with a walking stick. I don't know if you've ever seen like Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. If you haven't, fantastic show. Animated series on Netflix, and it's absolutely brilliant watching. It's a bit woke. You'll see it in areas, but actually, you know, I'll forgive it. It's actually a good show, and I don't feel like the wokeness is kind of rammed down your throat, like it is on some things. But there's a character in it called Dave, who's it's like a insect man. So for context, the show is set in a future where animals have mutated and become like humanoid. They've not humanoid. What's the word? Anthropomorphized. So they've basically taken on like human-like characteristics. They can talk. They wear clothes. They've got all you know, civilizations and stuff, but they're living in a kind of a ruined human world. So like you've got skyscrapers and cities and shops and stuff. Imagine like The Walking Dead, but instead of having zombies, you've got like, you know, 8 foot tall cats in plaid shirts with lumberjack axes and stuff like that. You know, you've got this weird kind of thing going on. And Dave is a insect. So he's like an insect, like human kind of thing. He's got this weird like aging cycle going on, where he's 1 minute he's normal Dave, and then he'll suddenly turn into like Super Dave. So he gets like, you know, an extra set of arms and big muscles and, you know, wings and things. He can fly and he's like super strong, but he gets performance anxiety every time he gets that. And it lasts about 30 seconds, and any time when it could become possibly useful, he kind of like evolves into the next stage, which is Old Man Dave. Like he can't. He's just like a cranky old bastard at that point. And it's just like really funny, and that's what Jacob always does. He basically acts like that. Okay, pretty happy with the way this head's shaping up. Definitely quite devilly. Right, now I need to do something to tie the visuals in. So do I... Oh, pondering. Let's come back to that in a minute. Let's get the actual body shape addressed first. Let's deal with the physique we're aiming for. Do you know what I just thought I need to do as well? I need to just redress the scale here, because so at the moment he's still at 32mm. I need him to be like 40mm. So that's right. So that's standing upright, but I'm going to stoop him so he's not quite so tall. But no birds on the floor. Is that a kind of a typical thing? Is it? Is that like one of those occupation? Ah, you bugger. Is that like an occupational hazard of what you're doing? Is it, mate? Oh, nice. Bad burn or like leave a mark? Right, I'm going to come all the way down the back here with like a big raised ridge. Reduce the triceps down. We want them to be sinewy but not, you know, not muscly. Also going to just drag that down there. I'm going to bring the arms this way. Just make his arms a bit longer and ganglier. Okay, we want centre of gravity, so this centre line here, pretty much from the shoulders down, I think is where I'm going to be working to. Not this, ignore that line, but so I want to bring his legs forward, but I want to take the feet back. obviously these feet are not going to stay like this at all, so yeah, so we're going for kind of a ghoul-like look. I think I'm gonna lose a finger on each hand, I think. Not for any reason other than I want to, just from a design aesthetic. I'm going to go for an elongated middle finger. Okay, so I'll take the fingers and turn them into toes, which is going to be a bit weird, but let's do it. Inflate them a little bit just to make them a little bit more chunkier. Okay, I want it to be like that. Perfect. Yep. Put them there like that, and then I can take the bottom of the foot. Let's just save. Okay, so I need to just gouge into here. Yep, correct, matey. It's bank holiday next Monday as well. 2 weeks on the trot. Another one again. Bloody hell. Yeah, we've got the coronation, haven't we? The 6th of May. So King Charles becomes official. Well, you're working at Co-op, you're still working all the bank holidays, are you? We used to have a Tesco Express near us when we used to live in a little village called Dickens Heath. There was a Tesco Express there, and that one was like literally open, like whatever the day, whatever the season, whatever the, you know, holidays. What it was like 24/7. Literally the only time it shut was like 10 o'clock on a Sunday night until Monday morning. So that was it. So it was one of them where you go in there and like you'd always see people wearing like pyjamas and Ugg boots, or dressing gown and slippers and stuff, just walking around. It's a weird one because it's not a cheap place to live, Dickens Heath. It was very expensive. Like it's one of these kind of like posh, trendy kind of suburban villages, and house prices are all quite expensive in there and whatever. But you come to realise that money doesn't buy class when you live somewhere like that. There's an awful lot of people walking around in in the pyjamas and dressing gowns, Ugg boots, and looking rough as. What was that then? They just used to like put on you too much because you were willing to work with you, mate. Is that what I'm reading there? Right. 11 o'clock. I'm going to go and grab another drink. Because mine's gone, well, Mine's empty. If I still had it, it'd be stone cold by now, but it's empty. Right, guys, I'm going to just pop you on a BRB. Now, if you go to the website, we've got a normal discount code that we put up, but I've actually created an extra one, especially for the Kickstarter running. So we just double check what it actually is. I think, yeah, it's simple. It's all capital letters, Kickstarter 40, and it gives you 40% off all our STL files. So if you're after any STLs at the moment, you can go and use that one. And if you're after resin models or anything else, you can just use the standard Twitch discount code that we've got. Ah, Bunker, thank you, matey. Yep, Warlock is running for another 5 days, so get in there quick while it's still active. My marketing people haven't actually managed to pull their finger out and get things sorted yet, so obviously it's going to be it's not going to hit the 30 grand mark. Thank you, Bunker, thank you very much. Are you legend, mate? Cracking them all out here. It's almost like you want me to send you that set of City Watch I've got penned up. I will do it actually for you. And Rosie as well. If you ping me your postal address, I'm going to run a couple of sets off after stream today. So the office is a bit cold to print this morning when I came in because I didn't put the heating on early enough. So when it gets when it's warmed up a little bit, I'll get a couple of sets on. I'll send you and Bunker a set as you're both in it. But I will do your dog before I send them. Right, guys, go and have a little peruse at the web store. I'll be just a couple of minutes grabbing a brew, and yeah, I'll see you guys in a minute. Don't go away. Okay guys, back in the room. Let's pick up where we left off. So we've got his body in place now. We're just going to start spiking this guy up. So I won't put the spike there. Let's do... Let's use the spikes brush, I think. I'll be able to move them around and then just blend them in afterwards. It's probably the best way of doing it. So again, this brush, I believe it was one that I picked up from badking.au. Spikes brush. So it gives you a lot of different spikes to choose from, and I just want a standard simple. Could go for like a curved one, but I'll stick with just normal, plain normal spike. Okay, so when you put these spikes on, they go like that. So you need to do a few things first. We're going to go to brush. We're going to go to depth. And then whenever you're using an insert brush, this depth is where it sits on the model. So you can see this is set so that the very, very, very bottom point of the insert mesh is touching the mesh you're attaching it to. Here, you'll see, because we're attaching it to a slightly curved surface, we don't want that spike to be sitting flush with the surface, or proud of the surface rather. So I'm just going to go back there, I'm going to go to brush, and we're going to just drag like that. Okay, so when I draw the next one on, it's actually setting. Thank you, Rosie. Just auto group again. Back to that one. So we're just going to bring that one down. So we'll do another. Once I've got these on, I'm gonna thicken them all up a little bit, so they're gonna all get inflated, because I don't want that like round tip or anything. But I've got to dynamesh them first. So we'll do a couple of spikes just here. A couple up on the shoulder. These are like Chris's spiky Cursed Empire Darkens, aren't they? Now with the spikes everywhere like this. In fact, you know what? They actually work, don't they? So maybe I'll just carry on like that. Okay, now I want to just change the Z intensity down, because when I put these next few on, I don't want them to be so sticky out. They've got to be shallower. There we go. Currently would not want to cuddle off this guy. Tail, that's what he needs. Forgot about the tail. Save. Use the curve tube. I'm going to go to stroke. We're going to curve modifier. Oh, I've got to actually select the curve tube first. We're going to go down to curve modifiers. We've got size active. Curve fall off. I'm going to change the direction of that, so that's going to go that way around. And this is basically a reflection of like the shape of the tail. So imagine this is the start of the curve is going to be full width, and it's gradually going to taper on an even taper all the way to the very end on this one. If I bring it like this, then it's going to start thicker, and it's going to kind of stay quite thick, and then it's going to have a very sharp drop off to the end where it's going to get thinner. So it's not going to be you're not going to end up with a long thin tail. It's going to be thicker for longer, which is kind of what I want. So I'm going to go here, we're going to bring it round. That's too thin, but we just change the thickness and click it. That feels about right. Okay, so let's just bring that tail into there. I'm going to go back to my stroke, we're going to go to curve. We're going to lock start and lock end, bend start and bend end. And what that will do is that will allow me to, without physically changing the position of the start point and the end point, it'll allow me to move and reshape the tail. Okay, so the tail I will draw several times over. Let me just make a quick note of my draw size for it. Okay. So the draw size here is important. Whenever I come back and select this tail, it's going to be the curve tube. Sorry, is going to be the same size as that. Whatever I draw out. Excuse me. Okay, so this is going to be a standard thing. So I can delete that tail and I can redraw another one. So what I want to do now is take. Oh, I need to do his helmet, don't I? That was it. We need to do the helmet and things that are going to tie him together. I could possibly do the belt, to be honest. Okay, let's just save it. I'll do the belt. I think he definitely needs the helmet visor to cover his eyes. But let's mask brush, there we go. So it's going to extract that now. Let's just change that shape. That's way too much. That's not enough. That'll do. Delete the internals, close holes. Polish and a bit of resolution, not too much. Okay, let's just get to the outside now. Let's turn that offset. Let's get to the outside and start polishing. I'm polishing here using a combination of the Alt key and no Alt key to make sure I'm not kind of gouging too far in or building too much out. Okay, so he's got his little belt thing on. Let's just widen out the top of that for the tail. Give him a little loincloth so he ties in. I'm going to keep some thickness to it. I don't want it to be like super thin, even though obviously as a bit of cloth it would be. I've said it a million times. We're not making realistic, we're making stylized depictions of something as a miniature. And realistic is not what you need or want. Well, it might be what you want, but if you want realistic, you're barking up the wrong tree for miniatures. I will distinguish between a miniature and a model, by the way. But realistic models, that's fine. But the more realism you add into a miniature, the less usable it is for its end purpose. If anybody's making miniatures, bear that one in mind, people. Bring the base up so it's level with his feet. So it's important to remember, even though I scaled the model up so he's bigger, he's still 32mm scale. We're still going to have him standing on a 25mm base. So looking at him here, we've got 10, 20, 30. His eye line is actually still 32mm, but obviously because he's got the stooped posture now, he's going to look physically larger than the other human models that are in the group. We've got his loincloth, we've got his belt. Hold on, his belt is not finished. Let's mirror and weld, just so it's the same on both sides. God, that was a bit out, wasn't it? The amount of change that's just made. Okay, so let's divide that a couple of times. There you go, that's better. It's a better level of geometry to work with. Oh no. Let's just shut this down a second. I'm going to go 1 in there. And then we'll just just gonna check my renders for my Balazu. No, sorry, not the Balazu, the Barbazu. Okay, so this is what I'm after on the belt, not what I've just made. So what I've just made is not totally wrong, but it's not totally right. Okay, so we've got that there. Let's get the rivets in. I'm going to put that one in actually. Yeah, we'll just leave that one rivet, we won't do any more. The helmet now. Okay, so do a save again. King of Sloths, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Let's get this dude's face. In fact, you know what? I'm going to split the rest of the body. I'm going to duplicate that and then merge it back down. Just work on the clone head. So I'm going to slice the back off for a start. Okay, so I know I need to be coming in here. Correct brush on. Okay, so these horns I want to miss. And these ones also we miss. squeeze the edges around here. Slice that here now. And dynamesh that and remove that bit. Let's delete all the hidden. Now I'm going to fill in the rest of the face. Now I do have dynamic topology on here. It is going to make it all quite difficult to get a nice sharp edge, but I'm looking for form at the moment, so don't worry too much about the edge. I'm going to clean that up afterwards. Let's dynamesh this. Let's auto group and dynamesh it, sorry, because I've got a couple of weird little spots I just need to get rid of, so let's just delete the hidden there. Okay, so I want to make that visible with everything else. Just pull it away from the face. just going to clean up the edges here. I think I might put some spikes on this rather than holes, you know. In fact, I might go back to the belt and do the same on that. Remove the holes and change for spikes just to get a similar aesthetic, but it'll keep the barb look. Maybe. I don't know. Do you know what? I think I will. I'm going to stick with the consistency. Let's go. Let's be consistent with it. Okay, the last one doesn't work, so let's just leave it off. Okay, there we go. Barb Devil base made. Let's get this cloned and posed. So we're going to do 2 poses, just in a kind of a like a lurking or a kind of a stalking kind of pose, maybe. Do one of them kind of like holding onto a fireball, and then we'll do another. Let's merge visible first. Right, duplicate, 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 duplicate. There we go. We've got 5 in the scene. So all but the first one. Split that one off and just make sure the rule's at the top of the scene. Okay, so now we can okay, I want the ruler hidden, I want the base visible, because the base is going to be how we're going to decide if the model fits. Okay. First up, let's auto group. Now I've just got a ton of spikes that are going to be all different colours, so I just need to just do a little bit of grouping, and now I'm actually going to delete all of the clones I've just made. I'm going to leave toes separate. Yeah, man, there's going to be 3 of them will have fireballs, 2 without. Let's just do a group. Okay, so that was a bit cack-handed, wasn't it? Okay, let's delete that one. Delete, delete, delete. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Okay, so we've got 5 barbed devils. All looking the same. We've got 1 ruler, we've got 1 base. So, first pose. Let's just do the 2 skulking ones first, I think. Do you know what? I'm gonna do 6. Because what I'm going to do is when we sell these on the web store, I'll take the models and split them into 2 bundles in resin. So me and Hayley were saying we've got a lot of models on there now that are in sets of like 20 or whatever, and that's quite a lot if you only want 1 or 2 models, so people are less likely to buy them. So we're going to try and break them down into like 3s and 5s, so they're a bit more manageable. So with these guys here, if I do 3 unarmed and 3 with fireballs, people have got the option to mix and match them. Okay, so where to start? Why can I still see? That's one. So I'm just trying a few different things. I'm going to try and like connect the hand there to the leg. There's spikes there, but that's it. A couple of points of contact is good because it means less supports. Reshape the tip of that finger because I managed to mangle it a little bit. shape the elbow here, sharpen it up, and let's deal with this ugly artifact I've got here. So the artifacting is one of the things you have when you do posing in the method I've used, especially when you're using a high poly mesh. And all you got to remember to do is just sculpt it out. Just before you commit the mesh and commit the design, just get back in and just sculpt those little bits out. So there is deal with the end of the tail here and save what I'm doing. I'm going to flip the tail, so we've just everything else masked. Just going to click on mirror, and that's just going to give me that little bit of extra wiggle room to be able to pose this back foot. There we go. We're going to go back to my effects. So dynamic tessellation, I'm just going to smooth out this tail. All these surface facets. Okay, so let's get the spikes out again. Same spike, it's still got the same indent. So these are the shorter, stubbier spikes. softening that mask a touch. Let's position it at the head. Let the autosave go through so it doesn't kill me later. Okay, so let's move this down to here. That was a happy accident. That's actually the neck protruding through the mouth. And creating a tongue in the open mouth. Okay, so there's one. We'll call him done but not complete, obviously, because I've got to do a final sculpting pass and just merging all the details and kind of blend everything together. There's our first barbed devil. Quite pleased with him. I'm going to go on to number 2. Now the easiest thing to do actually would be to just take this guy and clone him and mirror him. Which I'm going to do. I'm going to turn him into a fireball thrower, this guy. So this will be guy number 4. So number 4, what we'll do So it's not always about copying the pose and just cloning it, it's about saving on your efforts elsewhere, maximising the impact of the work you do. Because doing something twice over just for the sake of it is pointless. So when I'm trying to do these kind of things here now, what you have to do is make sure you haven't got dynamic perspective on. I want to line up like the tips of the ears like a fixed reference point, and then I know I can use this outer wheel, and whatever I do on that is going to be viable. It's going to be symmetrically aligned, so that I'm not going to have the jaw like looking like it's broken. There we go, shot putting. So let's turn this fireball into a fireball now, so just a sphere. Use some of this little bit like hair. I want to do hair, so use the orb cracks brush, create some like raised strokes. But I want these strokes to kind of, instead of being like hair, I want them to have like a flow where they all kind of like come in together. I mean, hair will have a flow as well, but I want these things to all kind of kind of twist and turn and Have you done that one before then, Rosie? I remember a mate of mine tried to do it and ended up setting fire to his trousers and burning a hole in them when we were at college. I don't think he ever actually succeeded in lighting the fire. There you go. I'm going to call that fire. A green flame. Well, this one clearly has. Okay. Excuse me yawning. I'm taking some of these spikes away. Some of them I'm going to obviously put back in afterwards. I'm just going to reposition them. The ones that are a bit bent and a bit misshapen, they're going to come out. Guys, excuse me a second, I'm just going to put you on a BRB and just mute the thing so I can just take a call in. I won't be a second, okay? Just don't go anywhere. Right guys, sorry about that. Mo1010, thank you for the follow. Okay. I think they look different enough, I'm quite happy with that. Let's hide 4 and 1. Oh, this is number 2 then, this is another one with no weapons. Not no weapon, sorry. No fire or anything else. It's going to be an unarmed, lurking thing. Realise I'm taking my glasses off somewhere. My eyes are strained. Okay, so. It's usually good to try and keep at least one of them fairly close to the base pose. let's just sort this out. So a good bit of dynamic topology. Smooth it, smooth it, smooth it. Don't matter how many spikes I have to put back in, let's just sort this out. Wrong tool. Save before it crashes on me. Oh man. I've stuffed up there, haven't I? Because the primary goal here is to make him fit on the base, and I've failed. So let's keep that one there. Let's bring this leg around, so this leg will fit. Kind of fits now. Delete the tail. Let's put a new tail in. Actually, that works quite well because it's following the curve of the spine down here like that. I think that'll work fine. So I need to split the tail. Let's take that off. Divide it a couple of times just to smooth the geometry out. Delete lower, merge it back in. No, not there. We're going to get our spike tool. let's have the hand here resting on the spikes on his chest. So basically what will happen now is when this comes to print, we won't need to put so many little supports in the hand area. Grab a large move brush here and just bring this back into shape. Hoping I can get these guys done. So basically today I was going to be taking Jacob swimming, so I'd have to have stopped at 3 because we've got a couple of bank holidays coming up and I'm not normally working on a bank holiday because Heidi wants to do like family things with me and the kids. She's now taking Jacob swimming today, which means I will be able to stream till about 4ish. So I think by 4 o'clock-ish today, she'll be able to get a good amount done on these guys. hopefully even getting them finished. And then if that's the case, tomorrow's stream will be a crystal collapse stream. I'll get stuck into some of the hero models for that game. Oops, that was not what was meant to happen. Yeah, once these guys have done next job for this afternoon, we'll be supporting the City Watch guys, getting them on test print. Looking forward to getting those lot done, the new ones. They can be added on to the next, the previous batch then. I just need to sort this hand out then, and I can call this guy done for now until the final sculpted boss. Okay, so that's 3 done. Number 1, we've got number 4. That's number 4. Number 4. We got number 1, number 2. Number 3. So number 3 is another unarmed one. Before we move on to the remaining 2 fireball throws. And I have to be honest, I can't bloody wait until I've finished sculpting all these spiky barbed demon creatures, because they do my head in then. Ouch. Other pose inspiration before I start. Hey Dennis, how are you doing today, matey? Hope you're doing well, dude. Rosie, that needs to be in our bad dad joke section on the Discord channel, that one does. God. We've had some quite good jokes in there. Mate, I think what it is some people just have a knack of just telling bad jokes. I'm in there with you. You're not alone. Yeah, I don't think dad jokes are exclusively reserved for dads. I think it's more a case of like your dad tells them and embarrasses you in front of your mates. I think that's the gist of a dad joke. How about you, Dennis? You got any bad like D&D type themed or gaming themed dad jokes? You angered a French ant. It was a cross ant. Rosie, I walked right into that one, mate. That was shocking. Oh dear. That was the one you posted in the group the other day, man. I was just asking if you got any good or bad like gaming or D&D themed dad jokes. We've got the section on the Discord channel for it, D&D dad jokes. We've been posting a few in there. I think one of my favourite ones was what does the gamer use to make his bread? It's Nintendo. That's a real face palm on that one, is. That was one of Rosie's. Oh mate, here's one for you. Then you can have this one for free. Why was the druid so upset that he couldn't turn into a lizard? Because he had erectile dysfunction. Yeah, there's some bad ones in the group so far. I'll try and get it filled up a little bit more and start loading it with more jokes. So let's do this dude. So I'm gonna rotate his upper body. This arm can come behind him. Not there, it can't. Pivoting from the wrong shoulder. Let's get that right. Ah, geez, what happened then? Save, because that was a glitch that's going to come back and bite me in the arse in a bit. My ZBrush is just so bloody glitchy at times. Just smooth out these spikes using dynamic tessellation so they flatten down. Some birds having a party outside my office, I think, from the sound of things. Let's hide the other ones that were already sculpted so I can see this one on his own with the base. Yeah, it's nice. We have an awful lot of like little garden birds, like coming to our garden on a regular basis. We've got like several different like bird feeders and things going on. So we've got a pair of robins that are often in here, a couple of jackdaws, we've got wagtails, they're cute. Then we've got blue tits, we've got great tits, stop sniggering. We've got finches, wrens, pigeons of course, crows, magpies, sparrows, starlings. It's just mad. Like they all come at different times of day, so like depending on what time you happen to be kind of observing, you'll see like any number of them. You're not wrong, mate, you're not wrong. Nah, she loves them too, so. Oh dear, that was a bit of a glitch that should never happen, I think. I mean, it's a really obvious kind of cause for a joke, isn't it? Because we do, most of the birds we get in our garden come in at least pairs. Including the great tits. So like you see them out there and it's like, oh look, got a pair of great tits in the garden. Yep. And it's like you got the kids around completely oblivious to it, that they don't know what's going on. They don't realise there's a euphemistic pun there, but Yep. The kids don't need any encouragement for any of that kind of stuff. Jacob was out in the garden the other day, and we just got a new garden table, like for outdoors. It's a whole set with the chairs and stuff. It wasn't brand new. It was one of the ones that you get on like Facebook Marketplace that was being given away free, and it needs a little bit of reconditioning. So we've got to I've got to sand it and give it some wood staining, but it's in good nick other than that. So we're like, save going out and buying a brand new one and spending a fortune. We'll just use that. So I went and picked it up, brought it back into the garden. I'm not going to assemble it until I've painted all the worktop and stuff, the tabletop. So I left it propped up against this little Wendy house we've got. And the Wendy house is where we keep all the kids' like basketballs and stuff, because they leave them all over the place, and they end up rolling around the garden. So we just pop them in there just to kind of like stash them out of the way. And Jacob's there, comes into me while I'm doing some work over the weekend. I can't get my balls out in the garden, Dad. What, you what? I can't get my balls out. And I went, you shouldn't be getting your balls out in the garden, mate. He's like, my basketballs are stuck. But then when he went and told Hayley, he kind of clocked there was a joke there. So as he was saying it, he was pointing at his nuts. So, when he said it to me, it was completely innocent. It was me that kind of managed to filthy it up for him and make him twig that there was a nut joke there. Let's smooth this one out. Just level that through. Save, let's draw the tail round. Let's do his tail. I'll bring the tail down this way and then swoop it around so it comes over the top of his foot, I think. Oh dear. Bum's gone to sleep. Split, divide, delete, lower, and merge that back down. Okay, I'm going to go and add the spikes to the tail. Just to the tail, by the way, we're going to add a few more in where we need them. So let's put these all back on again. Let's just have a quick check and see what we've got. So we've got 5 and 6 to do. We've got 1, 2 and 3 complete. So 1, 2 and 3 are all unarmed. Okay, so let's duplicate the one I've just done. Let's mirror him. Let's use that as a starting point for number 5. blended back in. Okay, so we've got the head repositioned, we've got the let's lose the tail. A bit of a loss for this one, what to do without him looking too similar. Oh. Silent. Again, we follow the curve of the spine. Get the tail to where we want it to be. ball. Resin Just, thank you for the follow. Oh mate, I ain't got to go today, but thank you. Hayley's picking the kids up so I can carry on streaming until about 4ish, so. Just got to take Jacob, well, I was supposed to be taking him swimming tonight, but because we've got the bank holiday next week, or this weekend, she's taking Jacob swimming tonight to let me carry on doing some work. And then I'll be stopping around about 4ish. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for the prompt. Trying to machine on through these and just try and get the 6 of them done. Got any plans for the bank holiday weekend? No worries, mate. I was just asking if you got anything nice planned up for the bank holiday weekend. You got a stream planned, or are you going out doing some family bits and bobs, or good old classic British go-to DIY? Yeah, I don't know what ours is going to be looking like, but knowing Hayley, we'll have some kind of outing somewhere, and I'm actually allergic to being in the house. Can't do it. Yeah, I've got my back patio to get done around the back of the office. So I started laying it out yesterday. Saturday. So I've got strings out showing me where I've got to build and all that kind of stuff, and where I've got to dig. But having a little count up and measuring it, I've done a classic. And I'm so I've got 2 foot by 2 foot slabs to go down, square ones, and we've got 65 slabs sat here ready to go. But the area I need to slab is it's basically 13 slabs. 13 slabs by 7 slabs. So, as if your maths is better than mine, 13 times 7 is a lot more than 65. And then I've also then got to do a path down the side of the office, and kind of a, I don't know what you call it, like a little platform just in front of the office, just to finish the frontage off. So yeah, loads and loads and loads of work, but I also now need to go and get an extra 40 or 50 slabs. I think we've got about half as many as I need, basically. Let's split that tail off. Divide, delete lower. Back to my spikes. Hey on YouTube, how you doing? Yeah, I'm the same, mate. I'm all right with maths. I'm really good with like formulas and spreadsheets and things like that. But the mental arithmetic side, like trying to add things up in my head, I always struggle with. And it's weird, but like Hayley was disgusted with me the weekend. We were watching that the 1% Club, the game show with Lee Mack, where he goes and basically it's all about, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's the idea of the show is it's they ask you a load of questions that are all like logic questions. So you don't need to have factual information to do it, to to be good at it. You just have to kind of like read the question and kind of figure out the answer. Sometimes they're really, I mean, I look at them and they're really obvious. But then other times they're well hard. And yeah, this question came up and it was about what was it now? The alphabet, I think it was. It was something along the lines of each letter of the alphabet is represented by a number of a house on a street. And they're asking you to kind of like work out, who lives at number 15 or whatever. So in your head, you've got to kind of go through, the alphabet and try and figure out which is the 15th letter. And I was sitting there thinking about it, and I was literally kind of like doing the alphabet in my head, and she goes, "Don't you know what the 15th letter of the alphabet is?" I'm like, "No." Why would I know what the 15th letter of the alphabet is? And she's like, "Well, I can't believe you don't know it. I can't believe you've got to work that out." And I'm like, "Well," I says, "Yeah." I says, "Like literally every single time." I said, "I've never been in a position where somebody said, oh, what." In fact, it wasn't even the 15th letter. It was like what comes after P in the alphabet or something like that. And for me, I'd go, when I have to do that, I'll go MNOPQ. It's Q. But I'll kind of pick a letter that I know is roughly in the area and just count on a few from that. Just go on a few. And she just looked at me like I'd gone postal. You know what I mean? Like what are you doing? And I was saying, like with maths and stuff like that, times tables. I never really learned times tables like off by heart. Like Jacob's doing them at school at the moment, and they literally drill the times tables into them. So like they just know what certain ones are, because it's like they've just learned that is the case. That's a fact, kind of thing. Whereas for me, it's more a case of I will always work out the sums rather than just using times tables. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one for me. Yeah, Hayley really thinks I'm I ain't right now because of that. Yeah, if you haven't watched the 1% Club, give it a go and challenge yourself. It's quite entertaining. I think I dropped like one question on the last episode, so I didn't do too badly. There we go, 5 complete. I might actually stop at 5 for now. I'll add the 6th one later on. So 5's what we need for the encounter. Right at the moment, my legs have gone dead, and I'm a little bit starving Marvin because I haven't eaten yet. So I'm just going to put you on a BRB for a minute. Ouch! Oh, my legs are cracking. I'm going to put you on a BRB for a minute, and as usual, don't go away. I'll be back with a sandwich or something in a minute, and we'll carry on, get these guys finished with the detailing, see if we can get them exported and chuck them into what do you call it, Lychee, get some supports done on. Okay, right guys, do not go away. Gonna have a little browse in the web store and use the code Kickstarter40, all capitals. Get yourself 40% off the STL files off the website. Okay guys, I'll see you in a minute. Hey guys, stop now. Dennis Bunker, how you doing, guys? Yep, till about 4ish. I was going to be going till about 4:30, but I've got to run a parcel down to the shop. Let me just double check here. Yeah, I have to just run the parcel off to the post office. So I need to get that down there for about 4 o'clock. Right, I'm going to just crack on working my way through these dudes. So let's get the whole scene, let's get the ruler in there, let's hide that, let's just do a merge visible. Okay, I can isolate the ruler, split. Okay, right, so last thing I need to do on any of these, sculpting wise, is the loincloth. That's obviously just a placeholder. Let's get the Hey Natala, how you doing? Have you had a chance to have a look at your in fact I forgot to send it to you. You had a look at your model yet? No worries, mate. You've not, let me just pull it up on screen and I'll show you. Saved it somewhere else stupidly. Oops, there we go. I've never known anyone who kind of who retches and heaves at the smell of mayo, mate. What do we think, Nerdhana? Well, you got to be a sword wielding badass, haven't you? So. I copied the pose off your picture where you got the you didn't have a sword in your hand, but you're wearing a pirate hat. You need to ping me over your address on a DM somewhere on Discord, and I'll get one. I'll get it set up and packaged up for you. So hide that one in. Let's get back on with these spiky little buggers. No worries, no worries. Thank you for letting me sculpture. Yeah, just send me a DM and I'll get them on the printer. So, wicked, lovely stuff. Okay, let's just take the laser mouse off here. We're going to do some notches and nicks in the cloth. A few holes. I'm going to tatter up the Got it, thank you. That. Press the wrong button. Okay, so do that on all of these now, and then I can work my way back through them. Do you want to cook in with downstream? I'll cook with you. Bit of sushi. Roast dinner. Nice bolognese. Air fried chips. No, I'm joking. I'm quite a good cook. I've got quite a good repertoire of stuff, but it's mostly I just wing it, to be honest. I do want Keith Floyd style. I'll get the camera in the kitchen, get myself a glass of wine, and I'll get pissed when I'm cooking. That'd be good for a laugh. You should do that actually, Bunky. You should do one with your cooking some of these Polish meals you keep telling us about. I'm doing Chinese curry for dinner tonight. It's literally last night's leftover chicken with some mushrooms, peas, Mayflower curry sauce, onions, can't think what else. Maybe a bit of courgette, just because we've got some in the fridge. Let's save. Right, let's adjust his hips up. Why is that, mate? You a bit haphazard, or are you setting fire to things, or? No, that's just character building, mate. That's You don't want more washing up than you need, do you? Didn't know Rose had OCD. Just auto goodness. Turds. Oops, that was bugger up. Do you know a game I used to play a while ago, and I'm getting the urge to play it again now, is Diablo 3. I used to do all the seasons on that and like basically just power run through like all the rifts and things. It got a bit repetitive and I ended up stopping, but I've kind of been feeling about it lately, like it's probably been such a long time since I played it. Might be worth looking at again. I used to really like my PC up actually, you know, when you get like massive mobs of enemies to kill. Like all the enemies and like spell effects and stuff like rendering up on screen all in one go. It used to like really kind of make my computer angry. we go. Yeah, that's all a bit hardcore, isn't it? Got a bit of a raw deal as Rosie, hasn't he? Not having you as a friend, obviously. The other stuff. Mute you guys a second. I think is it just that one? I have two to do. Do you know, I've just noticed something that I've got to sort out. I'll show you in a second. Snot face, man, that's like Drop Dead Fred. Love that film. Good old Rick Mail. So what I notice I've got to change is these helmets, where I've mirrored them. Guys, let me just mute a sec while it's on the phone. Okay, random one. This has just called me and asked me if I could go and pick them up. while they're walking up the back from school, because Jacob's a little bit later getting out. Except by the end of the phone call, she changed her mind and decided it wasn't worth it. So. Okay, right then. They are all detailed now. I've just got to do one last little blending pass. We'll dynamesh that at 576. This is the other bit I need to get done, is like hands and feet need just finishing off. Bit inflated in there just because why not? Oh, one done. Hey Mike, how are you doing? Welcome Raiders. How's everybody? Get my words out. How's everybody doing today? Mini Mummy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So for those of you who know me, I won't introduce myself, but those of you who don't. Abartus, how you doing? Mike, thank you for the raid, you lovely man. Do the shout out. Try to remember how. There we go. Boosh. Done it. Check me out. Twitch, you know. What have you been up to today, Mike? Yeah, I was trying the exclamation mark first and it just didn't work because that's not the command. So if anybody's interested in seeing what we're up to, so for a while now I've been working through Descent into Avernus, making various different bits and bobs to use in the campaign, and we've got as far as the kind of the Infernal Legions now. So here we go, these are my barbed devils. Oh, nice mate, nice. Yeah, I've still got loads of prep for the expo to do. I've still got to find out if I'm kind of properly going or not, because I don't know what capacity I'm going to be there in yet. Because I'm supposed to be there with Chris from Cursed Empire, and he's been basically touring everywhere doing the. Oh, very nice, mate. Oh, I get mine on Wednesday as well. I'm getting a second-hand one off Ross from Fohammer. So I'm got to drive up to Nottingham and go and collect. I'm looking forward to giving that one a run, see how it goes. How was your birthday stream, Mike? I don't know if I managed to catch any of that. Did it go well? Good stuff. Do you need a holiday afterwards now? Get your breath back. No, I'm keeping the Sonic Mini. No, the Sonic Mini's an awesome bit of kit, so that's going to be sticking around. The Anycubic M3 Premium is just well, quality-wise, it's on par with the Sonic Mini. Build plate is kind of twice the size, so you get about 4 times the volume on there. Print speed should be roughly about on par. So it just means I can just increase my production and put more models out in any given period of time. And also things like the Warlock and Ifrit and stuff like that, they can all be done on like one build plate, so I can just spread across 2. This is a bonus. Oh, nice mate, nice. So you definitely needed it then. You planned it in ahead. You off anywhere nice, or is it undisclosed so as to keep your privacy? You don't want your adoring masses knocking on your hotel room door and trying to get your autograph. So at the moment I've finished the sculpts here, by the way, so I'm just going through like a kind of a finishing pass. So we're just committing all the details, merging everything into one solid. Yeah, no worries mate, no worries. You get going mate, and thank you again for the raiding, appreciated. We'll have a catch up soon, mate. Get your next sculpt on. So yeah, guys, for anybody who doesn't know me, I'm Dan Kelly, sculptor, owner at Liontown Miniatures, the Lion's Tower. So I've been sculpting for over 20 years professionally, digitally since 2010. But I was a hobby painter, a miniature painter, from the age of 5, and that was 34 years ago now. So yeah, I've kind of done my time, and but now all my hobby experience goes into the sculpting as well. So I sculpt models that I'd like to paint, and I always consider how they're going to be painted, where the ink's going to sit, where the dry brushing is going to pick up, giving you some nice big areas to work some blends on, etc, etc. So all that little bit of painting experience comes into the sculpting too. If anybody's got any questions, far away. There's no such thing as a daft question, and every time I say that, somebody gives me a daft question. But I will still try and answer it. No matter how daft. So here we've got all like the finger joints and stuff from where I've had things like separated out for posability. They all need thickening back up again, and sculpting over just to make sure that they're solid. Gallofar, thank you for the like. Guys, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, give us a little like on Twitch. I'm still relatively new to it. I haven't been going a whole year yet, so I'm still trying to build my numbers up. If you really like what you see, we've got a Patreon as well, so you can go and join our Patreon. You'll get this set of models this month, along with oh, these guys. Literally finished from a couple of days ago. So this is the next set of City Watch. So this is set 2 of the 2023 edition. So they'll be getting finished off and uploaded onto the Patreon and tribes, etc. this week. Random username for promo. The question is this: given that God is infinite and that the universe is also infinite, would you like a toasted tea cake? I would never say no to a toasted tea cake. And anybody who would is a heathen. Oh no, mate, that's scones. That's a totally different thing. No, toasted tea cake, just plenty of butter. Lightly toasted, loads of butter. See, I told you to answer it. I was expecting some kind of existential question then. And it never came. Never mind. Tea cakes are good. Sorry if I'm flitting around all over the place here. I kind of know the areas I'm looking for. Because they're the same on every one of these guys. So I'm just giving that, like I say, it's just a blending, smoothing pass. I want to avoid any of these like really kind of really thin spikes. They need to be thickened up or go. So it's joints where we've got the like the head joining into the neck. We've got the hands joining the arms joining the body. And you can see here I've used like a kind of a multi-part kind of hand to assemble. So it makes posing the hands nice and easy. It just means you have to go and do this like sculpting pass afterwards, but generally speaking you have to do that no matter what. So Art of the roll, how are you doing today? Oh yeah, we've just had a raid from Mike, so we've had a big drop of lovely new Twitch viewers. And I'll say, if anybody hasn't already liked the stream, if you want to drop us a little like and help me get my numbers up, it'll be appreciated. And we've also got the web store, if anybody's wanting to have a little look in our web store. It's thelionstower.com. You'll see all of my old models in there that I've sculpted up to date. We are on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch all at the same time. Which I'm told actually is a bit of a naughty thing to do. It's supposed to be against Twitch's terms of service or something like that, but it doesn't matter. How are you today, Greg, anyway? You keeping well, matey? Indeed. Oops, that's a bit intense. Very nice, very nice. Productive, or was it one of those waste of time ones where you just sat there and looked busy? Just show up and hope for the best. Well, do you know what? I had a little look at the partner's stats and stuff the other day. I don't think I'm ever going to get there, so I ain't fussed. For kick-off, I'll just stream on YouTube instead. It's less about the platform and more about the kind of the commitment to the kind of doing stuff. Like, I know if I book a stream in for, you know, 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, I know I'm going to be sculpting from 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. If I'm not on a stream, I might end up doing like website admin or, you know, other stuff that's less productive. Well, not less productive, but less immediate, if you like, less critical. So it's just, yeah, it's just a way of committing to get the job done, really. So I don't know if any of you guys are like me and you kind of tend to procrastinate a lot. Oh yeah. I don't know if you tend to procrastinate a lot. But what I found actually the years ago when I was sculpting my first set of models, I was flitting from one to another and I wasn't really getting anything done. Not finished, at least. So I'd start something and then I'd jump onto another project and never get that one done, and then I'd get something else that'd pique my interest and I'd be on that. And I got fed up with it and I needed to kind of find a way to make it happen. So I set up a Kickstarter and I put my money where my mouth is and committed to a deadline, and there was no looking back after that. It's, you know, onwards and upwards ever since. I know. Random username for promo, thank you for the follow. I think for me as well, the OBS kind of system I'm using. No, it's not even OBS, is it? It's I had this discussion with Bunker the other day. My stream died kind of halfway through, and I kind of blamed Streamlabs. I think that might have been the culprit, because everything else was working fine on my computer. It weren't bandwidth or anything like that. It's got to have been part of the system or whatever. But obviously it was only my streaming that went down, but it went down on all platforms. So it got to be a Streamlabs issue, really. So I was just looking at the alternatives to Streamlabs. There's a lot of them around, but then I realised I got a bloody premium membership for Streamlabs, so I've just paid like 128 quid for the premium. But I don't even know what I get for that. I set it up when I first started doing streaming, and it's just auto renewed, and I didn't even know it was coming. So I think I'm stuck with Streamlabs for at least the next year. So hey Rich, how's it going, matey? So we're just on some Barb Devils, getting them all ready for printing. So 2 are complete now, I think. No, 3 are complete. Yep, 3 of them are complete. Oh, cheers, man. Do you reckon it's any better though? Because the ones I was looking at were something completely different. There was I can't remember what they're called now. Yeah, these are more of the devils. I'll be honest, I'm sick of sculpting spikes now. Remember, like months ago or a year ago, whatever it was. It was like month after month I was doing cultist after cultist after cultist, and I just got sick of it. And now I feel like I'm just doing spiky devils, like left, right, and centre. So I'm hoping all the spiny, spiky stuff is pretty much done now. Because if it's not bad enough here, I've got all of Chris's stuff, which is like super spiky as well. Do you know what I mean? So. Oops, that was not going to work. Let's just yes, mate, absolutely, definitely do it. Yep, send that through. Let's have a little look. And guys, if you're on the Patreon or the tribes and you want to be included in this set of City Watch, like Rich, who's in the chat now, this is him sitting here on the pony. Chap on the left hand side, Hugh Foster, he's one of my subscribers. We've got Nerd Harla over here with a sword. Elston from Elston Nation on YouTube. Myself as a handsome rotund dwarf. And then Josh from the Pickle Jar over on the right hand side. So they're all being done using people's likenesses. So if you'd like your own likenesses done, all you need to do is ping me a message, and we'll make it happen. So yeah, just drop me a line and say make me a mini. We'll add you in. Anybody on Sculpted, by the way, I've got all the heads saved, so the heads are all going to be added into the component library. Oh yeah. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, this is me going. I've read into the Ankh-Morpork City Watch again, going through some of the Discworld books on Audible. I mean, I've gone through them all about 4 times now, but just trying to get a feel for the vibe of them, and that was what we came up with. So I've missed the boat a little bit on the previous version of the City Watch. There was a few bits that didn't quite stack up, a few details that were just a little bit out. and I wanted to kind of go back and redress that. So I've got to do Vimes again. Grimes. My version of Vimes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've got to get Normski done. And absolutely Steve as well. I need to give him a nudge and let him know, but I've got to. They've asked me to do a Normski tribute sculpt for Chilcon. So the next year's competition, next year's painting competition, the busts category, I think it is going to be like a Normski special. So I've got to do a little. I don't know if they're going to call it like Spudski or something like that, but it's basically like a little, like Spud, the Spud trophies I did for this year. But somehow got to make it kind of look like Normski. So I don't know how that's quite going to work, but I think the category is being named after him as a tribute anyway. Yeah, that's it. Because I know of Normski, but I don't actually like personally know him. You know, I've had a couple of chats with him here and there, but not kind of, you know, in any like significant depth. Which is a shame, really, because he seems like a nice bloke. But a little scratching on the. I was always wondering if this kind of comes through or not. Or if you just get my annoying, grating Brummie accent coming through the. Oh yeah, when he scrapes it across the canvas. I was going to say page then, it's not a bloody page. Oh, don't, man. I've excuse me. I've ended up blocking ASMR stuff from my TikTok feed because I get sick of scrolling through and just seeing people blowing into a microphone or crinkling a crisp packet or some nonsense like that. Oh mate, I don't even know. I think it's the same reason people are doing all this, like, what they call it now, sensory toys and fidget spinners and things like that. It's got to be all part of the same trend, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Let's just get that sliced again. Yeah, we've got all the bird feeders and stuff out in the garden. So just behind me, I've got the noise of all these you know, little birds and squirrels rustling for peanuts and things. So it's quite nice, like listening to the backdrop. And that's all interspersed with some maniac doing 120 mile an hour down the road in front of us in a motorbike or something. So. Okay, so we've got 4 of them done. Oh, actually, no, I'm more of a badass than I thought. Oh, yeah, no. Let myself down now. There's me bigging myself up. I thought I'd done it, but actually it's just this hand actually. I can do that quick, that's not a problem. So we can get exporting these guys, get them into live stream, start getting some supports on them ready for test prints. Which will be nice. Anybody got any campaigns going on where you're going to be running any of these guys? You've got to put it in context, Bunker. It's not the Playboy Mansion. We've got a we have a whole load of wild birds that come into our garden all the time. My wife, she puts all the bird feeders out and keeps them all topped up and whatnot. And they all know it's a good spot to come and get your grub. So yeah, so we have all sorts of birds in the garden. So we've got like the robins, we've got wrens, blue jays, not blue jays, jackdaws. We have crows, we have magpies. I think it's penguins then, pigeons, and then obviously being in the UK we get blue tits, but we also get great tits, and they always come in pairs. So having a little chat about the birds in the garden, it's like, oh, there's a pair of great tits in the garden. How do you know I'm not talking about the wife, mate? She's the green-fingered one who's out there putting all the plants in most of the time. But no, it's nice to see. It's nice to see them all in the garden. Keep coming back, like, time and time again. Get that group, let's just give it something flat to fix to at the bottom. Maybe it's just a tiny bit. Okay, here we go then. 5 lovely barbed devils. So I'm just going to save this now so it doesn't crap out on me, because I've done a whole day of sculpting so far without ZBrush dying. Touch wood, which is a novelty. Right, he needs his base chopping at the bottom. Thank you, Rich. Thank you very much. Right, so I believe everything else should be flush and flat enough to print, so that should be fine. They are, mate. They're going into this month. So this month's Patreon release is enormous, actually, because I've got loads of archive stuff in there. Plus, we've got the City Watch set I showed earlier with yourself in there, and we've got these barbed devils. So we've got 11 new sculpts, plus. I think it's the. Do you know what? Let me just check and see what's in there. So, No, there's City Watch last month, which was this set. So we've got the previous set of City Watch, which is the one with this set here with Spud and Bunker and Elston. So this is last month's City Watch release. And then we've got additional City Watch this month. which should have been on this post, I think. But no, sorry. Oh, it hasn't posted. Bugger. But again, make sure that gets posted so they can see it. So I put a post on this morning, basically saying that I was going live with with more sculpts and something's ready for this month. But what I'll try and show you. Right, so if I go to tribes. Rewards, nope, tiers. Okay, so we've got the Leonin Warband, we've got the Adventurers Guild Welcome Pack, and we've got 4 RPG multi-part models. These are actually the first ones I ever made digitally that were complete figures. And then a bulk set of flagstone round bases. So they're the different sizes: 25mm, 32, 40, 50, and 60mm. So that's the set. Let me just show you the Leonin so you can see what you get in there. It is, mate. It is. There's an awful lot of stuff in there. So we've got the tribe going at the moment. I invited basically everybody who's ever been a customer of mine through my mini factory to come and sign up for it. So I was expecting a few more than we've got actually, but it's gone all right. I'm just hoping some of these guys stick around for next month now. So we're up to 370. So pre me doing this, I think we're on 88. So it's nearly a full 300 extra people that have come and signed up and joined. So hoping we can kind of keep those numbers. But you know the nature of freebies. You give somebody a freebie, they'll come and have all the free stuff, and then hopefully they hang around for it. But thank you, Bunker, for the drip Kickstarter link. So yeah, guys, if you're into the Kickstarter, I think Mike's already printed it and painted it on his stream, so you can have a little look and see what's going on there. But we do have also the Kickstarter, which for the Warlock. There we go. Just 3 days to go. 3,221. Next stretch goal unlocks in 300. So 3.5. We've got her with the Bringer of Biscuits, and the Seymour the plant actually is now unlocked as well. So we've got a carnivorous plant. Oh, I don't know. I thought he had. Did he not paint it on stream? I thought you'd told me he did, Bunker. Sorry. I haven't seen it. He hasn't sent me a photo of it, so he might not have done. He might have just been showing it off. So yeah, the complete scene is in one of the updates actually. Oh, I know you. So here we go. Barbarian is also available in this as an add-on. So if you missed it the first time round, you can. If you missed it the first time round, you can pick it up again. You've got another chance to get it. This is how she looks now. The Warlock. So you've got the Warlock on the chaise lounge, plus the table and the skeletal wrap. Then we've got yeah, Bunker's already finished painting it now. Then we've got the Bringer of Biscuits, the little Quasit butler, and the big carnivorous plant who's trying to eat the butler. All as part of the basic offering now. So they're all in there right from the offset. So yeah, if you'd like to jump on that one, get us up to the 3,500 mark, we get another stretch goal unlocked and thrown in. But for now, I'm just going to start decimating these guys. Just got to pre-process them all first, which is just a calculation which is ZBrush kind of doing a bit of a once-over on them to just check and see where it can make some economies and make some savings in terms of the actual polygons. There are about 1.5 million polys at the moment. We need to get that down to around about 400,000 or 500,000. So it's easily done, but this actual calculations process can be a pain in the arse at times. It doesn't always work like you want it to. So I haven't frozen or anything here, it's still going. It's just the only indication anything's happening at all is this little bit of text at the top of the page up here. So it's just got to go through and just kind of like level them all up and check them. So I think it should have been, they should all be pretty much done now. We got one more? No, we're done. Okay, so we're going to set the decimation level to 20%. I need to zoom in on one of them so we can see what the detail level is currently. When I press the decimate button, it's going to apply decimation to everything, and I can't even see it, so that's brilliant. There you go, so we're at 321,000 polys with no visible loss of detail, which is perfect. So I'm going to put the ruler on in the scene now. Oh, in fact, actually, let's just go through and rename them all. Bar level 1. Okay, so they're all done. We've got the ruler in the scene. The ruler is a finite constant in every single sculpt, always 100mm tall. So, excuse me. So the base mesh I use for the sculpting is 32mm scaled to the eye line. So from the bottom of the foot to the top of the eye line is 32mm exactly. Everything else, as long as the ruler stays the same size, then everything else is relative to that. So if they need to be a little bit bigger, like these guys are supposed to be 7 foot tall, they're about 40mm instead of 32. So I've made them a bit bigger. They're still around about the 32mm mark because of like stooping and whatever else. So I think they come to about, the eye line is still about 32mm, but they've got, you know, crouched legs and stoop back. So there's still a little bit of scaling going on there. So I'm going to click on that now. I'm going to go Y is 100mm, which is the height of the ruler. Because in ZBrush, by the way, we've got X is across, Y is up, and Z is back to front, so it's the depth. Whereas obviously if you're looking at actual 3D printing, X and Y are the backwards and across dimensions that are on the flat plane, and Z is your height, your physical height. So everything comes out of ZBrush a little bit wonky. So if you ever put a model onto a plate, on a build plate, and it's lying flat on its back, it's because it's been exported out of ZBrush. So set the Y to 100 with the ruler as the active tool, click export to STL, and we're going to just fire this straight out. It's going to go into miniature index, which is my folder where I keep all my gear. I'm going to call them Barbed Devils set of 5. Nice and descriptive. We're going to call this ruler. Well, actually, it doesn't matter what I call it because it's going to overwrite it with the file name now. Okay, so I can save that, save as. Okay. And then I will close ZBrush. Okay, so the next step, which everybody should be doing as a sculptor, liking figures, thank you for the like. Something nobody does, so when files come out of ZBrush, they're not really entirely usable. So they need to go through a process of repairing. I don't know if any of you guys have ever done this on a 3D printed thing or not, but Lychee kind of does it a little bit now. It actually uses this software, but like the cloud-based version of it. So I'm going to take the packs and just general print files really, and stuff that you don't really want to be dealing with. And it's all relatively easily solvable by putting the files into here. Oh, that's weird. Got really variable file sizes here going on in these models. With Barb Devil 2 particularly is coming up at 115 meg, where we've got Devil 4 is 18 meg. I need to just address that. Let me just pop ZBrush back up again. Okay, so with these ones, I'll leave number 2. I won't do number 2, but I will do the others. So I'm just going to click it, right click. I'm just going to go to export as STL file, and that is going to just do a check, and it will come up with either a warning triangle or a tick. It's come up with a tick, that's fine, so we'll just click OK. Same with number 4, we'll do export part as STL. See, this one's got a warning triangle. It says 4 degenerate triangles create holes, so we just click optimize on that now. And it's fixed. We'll do the same with number 5, let's export that one. While that's going, let me just hide everything apart from number 2. That doesn't look to me like it's been decimated. It hasn't been decimated. Which is a bit naughty because it totally should have done. So we'll come back here, let's just optimise this one, number 5. Yeah, I think it is, to be honest, mate. There's I think that this is a simple part of a process that everybody who does any 3D printing should know. If you're making 3D printing models, you should definitely know it, and nothing should ever be shipped out to a customer without this being done first. Essentially just because they're not usable until this has been done, and if you don't do this, you end up with that state that you had, where things are just a complete mess. And it's so easy to do this as well. It's like there is no excuse to just not do it. It's either ignorance or laziness. But people need to be told, you know, this is a thing and you should be doing it. And it shouldn't be down to the customer. This isn't something that should be down to the customer to deal with. I'm not even sure what's going on with this one, because this is apparently completed. Okay, let me just dynamesh this one again. Oh, you shitbag. Let's just use this number 2 just for the sake of it, just to see if it's got any issues. Okay, back to number 2. Let's do 600 resolution. Alright, it's not having that at all. Did you never manage to print it then, Rich? Okay, so this one, even after a check, it's still coming up with a few manifold edges, so there's an issue with that particular mesh. And every time I try and reopen it in ZBrush, it is crapping out on me. So I'm just going to have to try something with it. Lose that. Let's get back to number 2 again. So first thing we're going to do is just going to copy it and put it in its own scene. We're going to do a fixed mesh just in case, see if that helps. Oh, that's interesting. Mesh was partially hidden. What was that? What's hidden? Let's do the fixed mesh now. Okay, let's see if we can dynamesh it. Or if it's going to crash out. Ah, it dynameshed. Right, now we pre-process current. I just realised I've just done the I've just done it, but then I've stupidly forgotten to do the actual decimation on it. Right, pre-process current. Decimate current, yes, now we've got it down to 292. Okay, so let's copy that now. I'm going to go back to the files. We're going to delete this one because this is the pain in the arse one that's crashing out on me. I'm going to paste it, rename it to make sure it's number 2. Save the file. Let's just hide 1, 3, 4, and 5. Set that as the active again. We're going to export to STL. Back in miniature index and back under barbed devils. Okay, so Barb Devil 2 now. Just needs to come back in. Should be quicker this time as well because it's a smaller file, so it takes less time to analyse it. And hopefully it should export without having all the issues having been decimated and whatnot. Okay, so export part, STL. So you can see how there you go. You can see how quick this process is. So there is no reason for anybody to be shortcutting this and trying to like remove it from the process. Okay, so let's close that now. Save. I won't close that yet because I need to do a render. Pop it up in the thing later. But for now, we're going to go into light chain. Right, so 3D printer, I've got it set as a Sonic Mini 4K, Frozen Aqua 4K resin. Slightly bigger build plate on this, so if I need a bit of extra real estate, it just makes it easier to deal with. I'm going to take the repaired files in. If you use Lightree ever and you drop a model in there and it comes up red, it means it hasn't gone through this repairing process, and it needs a repair. But if you look on here, if you look at the file names, it says repaired in brackets at the end. That's what happens when NetFab does the repair on the model. So if you get any of my files, they should already have that at the end, unless the file name's been renamed and then we've taken it away. But most things will say repaired at the end, and that just shows you, it's just confirmation really that it's been through the repairing process. Okay, so I'm just going to spread these dudes out. Going to rotate them so they're kind of upright a bit more. Not quite upright, but not quite lying down either. Okay, so there's a little tip I'll show you here which I use for supports. So when I'm doing supports on the models, we raise it up to about 5mm, 6mm, roughly. There you go, 5.2, that's fine. So use a raft in there, use this raft that's got a kind of a lip around the edge so you can get a spatula under it and remove the build plate nice and easy. The raft needs to be not too thick as well, so we don't want the rafts to be any more than about 0.3 0.3mm thick. So that will ease the resin consumption and help keep your print time lower. Okay, so on supports, with all of the models selected, it's going to go and do an island selector. Now my medium selection here, my medium supports, they're 0.24mm tips. So I'm just going to do search selected for island detector. And I've got a feeling it's going to be bloody awful on these guys with all those spikes. We'll see. There we go, guys. There's a discount code for everybody if you want to get 25% off in store. That discount code can be used for resin models and for STL files. But if you're going to go and use STL files, or you're going to go and buy the STL files, you can use the code Kickstarter40, all capitals, and that'll also get you the discount. Thank you, Bunker. Appreciate it, mate. Magnus, thank you for the follow. you're keeping multi-layer mating. Okay, so all of the little red dots are my islands. There's a lot of them. Weirdly, lately, I don't know what's going on with it. I seem to get these weird random ones where it's just like there's just a single island in the middle of nowhere. I'm just choosing to ignore them. Okay, so going to the bottom one here, so we can go follow the white line down the model. We'll get to the point where it hits the very, very, very bottom, where we've got like it basically comes into a tighter circle. So I know that is the lowest island. It does, absolutely does. Right, so this here now, instead of using larger supports, I use a small cluster of, a cluster of the medium ones, which are 0.24 tip. And these ones break away really easily, but by having a cluster of them quite close together like that, you're basically increasing the surface area far beyond what you would get if you put a larger one. Except a larger support is going to physically damage the model when you try and remove it. So as we come away from that, I want the whole bottom line supported. I'm just going to pop them in like that. As we come away from that initial island, we can spread them out a little bit. We'll pop one on the end of the spike, just for good measure. Okay, and that spike as well. So basically every spike that's pointing down is going to create an island, and it's going to need to be it's going to need to be supported. So it's a good argument for careful sculpting really, but you can't always avoid it. You can orientate the models in some cases, so you can have like, I've printed models upside down several times before. And it does just help a little bit with actually physically trying to get things done with the minimum of supports. So I'm just going to throw a few extra supports on the flat edges here, where although they're supported in theory, I know from experience that they're likely to start separating. So any large flat areas that are facing downwards are going to need the supports. So we have an island here, so I'm going to pop a few just across there. Go up the side of the foot a bit. And you'll see I'm parenting these back into like little trees. And the reason for that is because it makes the base of the model less busy. And helps with actually physically like setting out the whole, or sorry, not setting out, removing the whole support structure. Because we can literally just grab one of those trees and just pull it away basically. Okay, and this is a feature what I'm using at the moment. This is a feature of Lychee Pro. Which allows you to do customized supports. If you haven't got Lychee Pro using the free version, you won't be able to do that, what I've just done. And if you're doing supports a lot, if you're doing them for like professionally, then it's definitely worth having it, because it does make your life a lot easier. But equally, if you're buying pre-supported models and you're not doing this stuff yourself, probably not worth it. Although actually it is worth it, because it removes all the ads and stuff as well. Look at all those bloody islands. Should have known better. Either way, they're still going to remove nice and easy enough anyway, so it's not a huge drama. Right, they're all coming in now with this like really long neck on them, which is just silly. That's because I amended the default for medium. So every time I try and apply a medium support to anything now, it was coming in with the revised settings with the longer neck. always try and parent things as close as I can, or as much as I can. And try not to cross through the model as well. So what you don't want is, like, let's say we have a support over here, go into these for example. That, in fact, that was a perfect example there. See how it's crossed across the model? It's gone right across his legs. I want to avoid that. So we can come to the front of the model, but I don't want it like physically crossing over, and particularly not trying to find its way down through like a gap like that, because the model gets tangled in the supports then when you try and remove it. God, these are a nightmare to support rather than, like, as opposed to like the previous set I did. The last stuff I supported were lovely and easy. Okay, so Lighty doesn't like doing things like that as a standard, so you have to kind of force it to happen. But just be careful of your angles on your supports, because they can you can make your supports fail because you've gone at too steep an angle or too shallow an angle. Okay, so they're all separate, that's all good. So here, let's get that one into there. I'll go to there as well, and over this one. So basically this whole side should just peel away and remove nice and easy without any obstruction and without getting caught up in the model. Now these ones are going to go down to this back part. Right guys, I think I'm going to have to log off and get going on this one. I've just had a summons call from my little one. I'm going to carry on with this. I'm going to get these supported using the same process. I'm just going to keep going and kind of pick up all the supports in different areas, try and get these models all done. I think it's going to take me a while looking at these. I'll be back tomorrow doing another stream. I'm going to be sculpting some models for the Crystal Collapse game I'm working on. So it's if you're like a fan of Final Fantasy Tactics and those kind of games, it's that kind of vibe. With a, you know, a nice kind of Final Fantasy anime type aesthetic. So yeah, if you're about tomorrow, come and join me, and be sure to join in the chat, and we'll have a little bit of a chinwag and whatnot. And if you do want to be part of the City Watch and you want to join the crew, DM me offline. Join the Discord server, send me a DM, get me some pictures over, and we'll use them as reference. We'll add you to the crew. I think Mike's happening next month, so we'll be adding Mr. Mike in. Right then, guys, on that one, I'm going to have a little look and see who's about to raid out to, and we're going to go and pass you off to somebody. Let's see who's live. Let's drop you into Tusker. Warboss Tusker, let's go. Oh, actually, do you know what? Alchemist. Alchemy models. Let's go to Alchemist. Let's get him live on screen so I can see what's going on. Let's keep him muted. Right, we're going to go right out, guys. So thank you all for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've got lots done, so I'm very happy about that. I say, come back and join me tomorrow. So thank you all, and let's get this raid going. I think it's doing. I think. Yeah, we're going. Right then, guys, we're ready to go raid Alchemist. So say hi to Alki, and we'll catch you later. See you later, taters.